and I just want to invite you to take a seat. As we transition towards our keynote presentations, we invite you to take a seat. It is my pleasure to introduce our colleague, Shannon Brantley. Shannon has been helping college students achieve academically and socially for over 10 years in a variety of roles, the most recent being an academic advisor for the Rutgers Business School. Shannon is a certified school counselor. Oh, right, business school, yeah. Yes. Certified school counselor and an ICF certified life coach, and has been practicing meditation and mindfulness for over 10 years. She is a student of Transcendental Meditation and a certified mindfulness facilitator. Shannon, our dear colleague, was generous and gracious enough to offer to facilitate a sort of mindfulness moment here in our meeting for folks who weren't able to join her breakout session this morning. This is a chance for all of us to kind of get centered and get focused as we look ahead to the keynote presentations and the rest of the afternoon. So I just want to invite folks to just, take a breath, take a beat. Shannon will lead us through it. We have 10 minutes, so we're going to use our 10 minutes wisely. And thank you so, so much for being here, and I'll do a bit more of an introduction when she's done. Thank you so much, Shannon.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. How y'all feeling today? Good, good. All right. So I'm very excited to be here today, and I'll be guiding you through a meditation. I didn't bring my timer up here to make sure it's 10 minutes, though. You're going to give me a sign? Okay, great. Okay, so we're just going to keep the lights on. We don't have to be all, you don't have to get in a certain position or anything like that. I just want to take a moment to really bring our awareness and attention to what's happening today and how you're feeling in your bodies today. So just have a seat, right? Everybody sitting. You can close your eyes or you can soften the gaze in front of you, which I do. Don't look at me the whole time, please. Which I highly recommend you do. Uncross your legs, just because you don't want the energy all, And just take a moment, settle into your body, sit, and know that you are sitting. Take a few deep breaths. Bring your attention to the sensation of breathing. I want you to notice where the breath first enters your body. Notice the air moving in and out of your nostrils. Feel the rise and fall of your chest and abdomen as you inhale and exhale. Allow your breath to be slow, deep, and natural. Now, as you continue to breathe, I want you to focus on the concept of collective well-being, that you are part of a larger community, and that the well-being of each person in that community is interconnected. Visualize a web of connections between you and everyone else who makes up your community. See each person as a vital thread in this web. Each thread is connecting and supporting one another. Now bring your attention to the idea of rest. In a post-pandemic classroom, it's important to prioritize rest and recovery. Our bodies and minds have been through a lot. We need time to recharge and replenish. Take a moment and visualize a peaceful, restful place where you feel safe and comfortable. Use your imagination, guys. It could be a cozy bedroom, a quiet beach, a serene forest. Just visualize whatever your happy place is. Go there right now for a moment. Imagine yourself settling in and get with all the yummy feelings. Let go of any worries or stress you may be carrying, and allow yourself to simply be without any expectations or demands. Just take a moment to sit and be breathed. Now shift your attention to the concept of resilience. Resilience is the ability to bounce back from challenges and adversity. It's a quality that we all possess, and it can be strengthened with practice. Visualize yourself standing strong and grounded like a sturdy tree. See yourself weathering storms and challenges with ease, bending and swaying, but never breaking. Know that you have the strength and resilience to face whatever challenges may come your way. You are capable of adapting, learning, and growing from every experience. Take a moment to feel how that feels in your body to be strong and resilient. Where do you feel it in your body? Do you feel it in your chest? Do you feel it in your stomach, your arms, or your legs? Remember that you are part of a larger community, that your well-being is interconnected with the well-being of others. Remember to prioritize rest and recovery and cultivate resilience to face challenges with strength and grace. I'd like to take a moment now to do a loving kindness meditation. So start with yourself and say these words to yourself. May I be safe. May I be happy. May I be healthy. And may I live life with ease. Now think of somebody in your community. Get them in your mind's eye. and send the love and kindness meditation to them. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy. And may you live life with ease. Now let's take it a step further and then visualize the larger community here at Rutgers. Think of all the people you work with, the people you see around campus, the students, and send them some love and kindness. May you be safe. May you be happy. May you be healthy. And may you live life with ease. Take a few more deep breaths. Wiggle your fingers and toes. Bring your attention back to the room. Gently, when you're ready, open your eyes and bring your awareness back to this present moment. Hi, everyone. You guys look so calm and serene now. So, yeah, thank you for joining me in this. I hope we set the tone for the rest of the day. And thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Shannon. And thank you to all of you. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the second biennial Anchoring Higher Education Conference. We had initially planned to do this in 2021, but as you know, the COVID-19 pandemic prevented us from doing so. And as we gathered as a team to imagine what this year's theme ought to be, COVID was on our shoulders. We could not imagine a conversation about the roles of institutions of higher education in their communities, in their cities, in their states, in their regions, without a conversation about the pandemic and all that it had wrought. So we decided that the best way for us to sort of gather with intention and with integrity was to bring that into the space explicitly. So our theme is recovery and resilience in the post-pandemic classroom. We have put together for you a slate of incredible breakout sessions. I saw some of you in your sessions today, super excited about that. We also have a fantastic keynote speaker, Dr. Efren Sheldon, and we will be featuring the work of our PhD students later this afternoon in the final round of this year's 3-minute thesis competition, which is a research communication and public engagement opportunity for our graduate students. I realized I didn't introduce myself. I'm Tajania Henderson. I direct the P3 Collaboratory. Thank you. So our whole team is here. We have our Associate Director, Dr. Saki Ruth, and our intrepid faculty member, Dr. Catherine Klepper, who is over here. It's my pleasure to introduce Catherine in a second, who will introduce Dr. Sheldon. But first, I want to recognize our campus leadership, without whom this would not be possible. Chancellor Nancy Cantor is here, Executive Vice Chancellor Sherry Ann Butterfield, and Vice Chancellor for Academic and Strategic Initiatives, John Gunkel, is here. So thank you all, welcome. You have in your programs a list of all of our co-sponsors and partners. We could not do this without the graduate school and the graduate school team. You may have seen them here earlier this morning. They've been helping me set up tables and everything since before 9 o'clock. So thank you to the graduate school team, Dr. Keena Perry, Vicki Cruz, to our tireless student workers who have been running around to get things for each of you and to make sure you have what you need. And all of our sponsors and collaborators, many of whom are in the Faculty Learning Lab. If you haven't had a chance to visit the Faculty Learning Lab, I want to encourage you to do so. It is like a whole studio back there, folks. Like, there are things happening at Rutgers that you would not believe. And I encourage you, I urge you to go in there and take a look. Learn how you can use media differently in your classroom. Learn how you can actually make Canvas work for you and make it work for your students. Learn how you can link up with some of the initiatives of the fantastic Faculty Diversity Collaborative, which is a fairly new initiative at Rutgers, which is designed to ensure that our recruitment activities are not derailed by our failure to keep people and to retain them. This is where the work is happening, all around our system and also in our community. And we have some folks from outside Rutgers here as well. So please, please, please take a look over there. I'm wondering, Catherine, should we go or should folks eat? What do you think? Yeah. Yeah. Okay, we should eat. So we're gonna break for folks to get food, and then we're gonna give you about 10 minutes to grab your plates and then get back to the tables. You can go on both sides of the table. So we wanna make this kind of quick. I know we're about 10 minutes behind. So please, 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 tables, come eat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you, folks.
1, 2.
Hello, hello?
1, 2.
Yeah, good.
There you go. You can start.
All right.
Turn them off.
1, 1, 1.
Off. She has a speaker headphone.
Hi, everyone. Back with a microphone. Thank you, Dean Henderson, for kicking us off and introducing leadership, welcoming people to lunch. It's my pleasure to briefly introduce today's keynote speaker, Dr. Sia Verschelden. Sia's long and impressive career in higher ed is recounted in the conference program, and I believe she plans to tell you a bit about the various roles she's occupied in her talk today, so I won't emphasize her biography here. What I will say instead is that we are so pleased to have a keynote speaker whose expertise and experience spans the roles of scholar, teacher, advisor, administrator, and above all, student advocate. For the past couple of months, a small group of faculty and staff across the Rutgers-Newark campus have been reading Dr. Verschelden's book, Bandwidth Recovery, together. Our book club was comprised of faculty and staff from a diverse array of positions and units within the university. We all found value in the beautifully compiled research that Sia has so deftly fashioned into this also wonderfully slim book. In fact, many of us plan to teach or train with it in the future. And we all found connections between her discussion of bandwidth depletion and our own experiences working in higher ed. Yesterday, Sia was kind enough to meet with our group, and we didn't want the discussion to end. In fact, we all stayed about 30 minutes after the earmarked end time of a meeting, which, as you all know, is not normal. I'm so glad to have the opportunity to hear Dr. Verschelden present her work on bandwidth to the Rutgers-Newark community and to deepen our collective understanding of how to support all students' cognitive resources, as well as our own. Thank you for being here, Dr. Verschelden, and without further ado, let's get started.
It went from morning to afternoon while I was turning the mic on. Good afternoon. Thank you, Tajania and Catherine. We had a great conversation yesterday. I want to introduce myself in a slightly actually, I'm not going to say non-traditional. Anyway, I'm going to introduce myself. I'll say no more about it. Okay, so I don't know if any of you have used this 20 by 20 slide presentation thing, 20 slides, 20 seconds per slide, so some of you do. So I'm gonna tell you about my life, such as it is, in 6 minutes and 40 seconds. So I grew up in Kansas, which I'll talk about later, in a little town of 1,500 people. These are my parents, my dad, George, and my mom, Peggy. My mom grew up in Nebraska. Her father worked for the railroad. She moved to my little town of 1,500 people after she got out of college to teach high school. My dad took over the funeral home from his father when his father died at age 49. My dad was just out of high school and took over the family business. So we lived upstairs in this funeral home. My dad built the kind of chapel on the side when I was in high school. So most of the time when I was growing up, all the funerals were happening downstairs in our house. And I was upstairs trying to keep my younger siblings quiet. But while the funeral went on. So this is me, like I said, town of 1,500 people, 2 black people who worked at the convent. It's a very Catholic town, and everybody else was white. So I grew up in a very white world and a very small town, but I was safe and loved. We ran around town. It was a good childhood. I had a good childhood, wonderful parents. This is my church, Immaculate Conception Catholic Church. I am now a recovering Catholic, but went to church there. I went to Catholic school. We had Jesuit priests who, I don't know if you know Jesuits, wonderful people, Sisters of St. Joseph, some wonderful sisters. Anyway, this is me in high school. I got very good grades, as did all my siblings. We got good intellects from our parents, but I didn't have dates. I think that's because I was smarter than all the boys. And all the girls, for that matter, but that's just my opinion. So when I went off to college, I was pretty insecure socially, fairly prepared academically. I went to Kansas State University, which is land-grant college in Manhattan, Kansas, which is a huge town of 50,000 people. I graduated, I majored in psychology, met a graduate student 7 years older than me, and we got married 6 months later because somebody in my family didn't say, oh, hell no, which they should have. But anyway, that's another whole 20 slides. He was from Connecticut. We went to graduate school. I graduated from the University of Connecticut School of Social Work. It didn't look like this at the time. My master's degree in social work is big picture. This is my first family. This is Paul and my daughter Patty, who is now older than many of you. But one of course, the joys of this 7-year marriage was having Patty. This was us in our apartment in Watertown, Massachusetts, because by this time I'd gone to the Harvard Graduate School of Education. So after Patty was born, I finished my residency requirements at Harvard, and we moved back to Kansas State. This is Goodnow Hall. I was director of this residence hall for 3 years while I did my dissertation. My daughter was 1. It was a very good place to be with a little child, 630 men and women. So I did social work, Big Brothers Big Sisters, worked with older volunteers, and then came back on the faculty in social work and was there for 11 years on the faculty in social work. I was director of women's studies. I was director of assessment. So I was at K-State a total of, I don't know, 25, 30 years. It's a large research-one university. So this is my second try. It ends up, marriage is not one of my gifts, but this one was 23 years worth of that. Okay, so this is Patty in the green t-shirt, and Dean and I biologically produced Emma, who's in her lap, and then we adopted Abe, who's in the little pack, and I was on my way to work. When I got tenure, I took 2 years leave without pay, and we went with Mennonite Central Committee, which is a relief and development agency, out in the bush in northern Alberta, which is in Canada, and lived at the Lubicon Cree. This is my daughter Emma with her classmates in this community in Canada. This is when we came back, and we're in our front yard. This is me and Dean and Abe and John, who I neglected to mention we adopted 19 months after we adopted Abe, and Emma and Patty, and the chickens are nameless. Okay, so after I spent a year in Chicago with the Higher Learning Commission, which is an accrediting body. Was vice president for academic affairs at Highland Community College, which is in northeast Kansas, a town of 975 people. And I was there for 3 years. It was a pretty small place. My son graduated from high school, so I moved to the University of Central Oklahoma. Most recently, I was at Malcolm X College, which is part of the City Colleges of Chicago. It's on the near west side of Chicago. And then I just spent 2 years with AAC&U as a half-time person, remote worker after the pandemic. You can ask me about all these things later because it's too fast. Okay, so now to kids and grandkids. This is John and Abe and Patty and Emma. Patty and Emma are the homemade kids. John and Abe, we adopted. This is just last year when Emma was here. Emma lives in New Zealand, the one on the right. Patty is a public health nurse on the Dene Reservation in Arizona right now. This is Patty's son, Paul, who is 21 years old. She was smart enough not to marry his father, unlike her mother, who's not as smart. But anyway, lovely guy. This is just earlier this year. I got to be with him in Arizona a bit. That was fun. He lives way up in British Columbia and has lived there quite a while with his father. This is my little Kiwi. This is Lonnie, who just turned 2. She lives in New Zealand with Emma and her husband, Jay. Emma teaches early childhood education in Maori, who are the indigenous people of New Zealand. Her husband is a veterinarian, and they've lived in New Zealand for 9 years. Gosh, this was just, she was visiting in Kansas just a week ago. This is Violet. This is John, my youngest son, and his wife, Alyssa's daughter. She's about a year and 4 months or something. This was on Easter, and she lives only 2 hours from me, so I get to have Violet in my life. She's just a dear, as grandkids tend to be. This is a long story why this guy is my son, but it is true. This is Blah and his wife, Sonia. They both grew up in India. They live in Ohio now. I was with them last week and will be next week. This is Ryan, the one in the middle, Isaac, and Cece, who's Cecilia Rose, who's named after me. And this is my family in India. This was in December. I went to India. The girl on the next to the older woman on the left is also Cecilia Rose. This is a girl who was adopted by this family. Siva is Bilal's brother. Bilal had an orphanage. Cecilia came into their life. They named her after me 13 years ago. This is the sad end to my story, is that this piece of metal and plastic is my closest friend and the entity I spend the most time with, along with my GPS guy, whose name is Prakash. And that is the end of my life. I mean, not the end of my life, I hope, but anyway, the end of this. Okay. Okay. Thank you. You can applaud if you'd like. Okay. Okay, now if you'd start the other, thank you. You're just such a good assistant. We need to call you Vanna, I guess. Okay, so now I'm going to plunge into my formal remarks, as formal as they get. I tried to talk Tajani into 3 hours, but she wouldn't give them to me. So I'm going to talk fast. I'll refer back to my introduction as a teaching method. I want to say a couple of things before I jump in. One thing is I want to talk about the things that I work on, how poverty, racism, classism, homophobia, ableism, all those different isms steal cognitive capacity from our students and from us. This is about big picture things. This is about the fact that we live in a foundationally racist, classist, sexist, homophobic country. You can talk me out of that later, no time now. And so even if I went around to each of you and said, are you racist? Are you sexist? Are you homophobic? We're educated people, we'd say no to all those things. We all know that race is a social construct. It's not even a real thing. We made it up. People made it up. We didn't make it up in this room, but people made it up. There's no difference between us based on the color of our skin, the texture of our hair, the shape of our eyes. That stuff's made up. Racism and other kinds of isms are real, but we know better. But I would also, how many of you grew up in the United States most of your life at least? Okay, so most of us, and I would argue those of you who grow up other places have other things like this. They just may be different. So I also think that those of us who grew up in the toxic soup of all these isms, have internalized that, all of us. So even though we know better intellectually, we do stuff and say stuff and that perpetuates these things. The second thing I want to just say real quickly is about multitasking, which we're kind of trying to do when we can get food, but I know these people can listen and get food at the same time. Very good. We know multitasking is not a thing, right? Our brains don't multitask. They do one thing at a time. So when we're in meetings and we're doing our email, or once in a while, I will send a text during the meeting because it's got to be from my kids. You know, my name is CIA, but really most days it's ATM. So I get a text from my son, John, who says, Mom, and I respond, how much? So once in a while, I'll answer a text. I try not to because I think it's rude, but I'll answer the text, and I think I'm still listening to what the person is saying. But no, I'm not. I'm texting, and then I look up, and I will, and we lose some attention on both sides of that exchange. And I'm not saying this to tell you all to put your phones away. I'm saying this because our students' brains don't multitask either. So when our students' brains are busy because they're fearful, they don't feel like they belong, they're worried about money, they're hungry, that part of their brain that's busy with that is not available for learning. So we can be brilliant teachers, we can be brilliant advisors, we can be brilliant leaders, but if our students are coming to the learning environment with a tiny bit of their bandwidth, we need to work on that. It's not going to be good. Okay. Now, I left my glasses behind so they wouldn't. I do have this turned on. That was another thing. Okay. Let's see. Oh, here it is. Maybe not. Help! It is on, but anyway. Okay. Yes, please. Okay, so let me talk with you about bandwidth. You can just use the little, yeah, thing. Okay, first I'm gonna tell you where I'm from, Kansas. Okay, when I was in India giving talks, I knew that people in India might not know where Kansas is, but I've also learned, not to be stereotypical, but some people from the coasts think that there's New York, and of course you all acknowledge there's Newark, and maybe Boston, and then LA. That's it. Some people acknowledge Chicago, maybe. Okay, so anyway, Kansas is right in the middle of the geographical center of the lower 48 states, just to let you know. Kansas is a very bizarre place, and I grew up there. So, okay, go on to the next one, please. And does it work again? Thank you. And I also want to acknowledge that my life in Kansas and my work, because I lived there most of my life, is predicated on the dispossession of all these nations from Kansas. Many of them are still there, but of course and land grant schools, I gotta do this research. I suspect that most land grant schools are also predicated on the dispossession of people from their lands, and that's why we got that land to have colleges. So just to acknowledge that. Oh, that's why. Okay, really. I was doing it the wrong way. Okay, if you take something away from this talk, this is it. Scarcity steals cognitive capacity. That's the message. I'm doing the right one this time. Okay. Really, I'm not usually this knuckle-headed. Will you please? I would really like that. Okay. So I read a book several years ago called Scarcity, and you have a list of resources that's on it. It was written by a faculty person at Harvard and one at Princeton, and that's where I learned the bandwidth. They talked about the bandwidth tax. So they said, in the United States at least, we mostly blame people for being poor. We say people are poor because they make bad choices. And these people are saying, these two authors are saying, with lots of research, yes, people who are poor sometimes make bad decisions, but it's because they're poor. Because when you're poor, lots of your cognitive capacity every day is worried about money. So on your best day, you are down significantly in cognitive capacity. And that's where I learned this idea of bandwidth. And you have on your tables bandwidth at no extra charge. So I use this piece of paper to represent bandwidth. And I think about my bandwidth as about the width of my head, which conveniently is about the width of a piece of paper. So bandwidth is our attentional resources, our available cognitive capacity. So when we're sitting here, our brains are doing 11 million bits of activity per second. So we're processing 11 million bits of information. Over about how many do you think we have conscious control? Out of 11 million? 40. It's a little pessimistic, but it's very close. I've read it's about 50. When I was first writing this, they said 80. Now they put it down to 50. So tiny, tiny bit. So mostly our brain's on autopilot, for which we are very grateful, right? We're glad we don't have to think. Breathe in, breathe out, and tell our heart what to do, and tell our stomach to digest the food we just ate. So we have conscious control over a tiny bit, and that's what I'm calling bandwidth. And I want you to notice that these are solid lines on the sides, because this is all we got. We can't get any more. We can grow our brains, as we know from growth mindset. We can get smarter. We can form new neural pathways and grow our brains. We can't get any more of this. So when poor people on their best day are down like that, at the beginning of the day, yeah, they make bad choices, especially in environments that encourage bad choices, which we have abundance. Okay, so when I read this book, Scarcity Steals Cognitive Capacity, I had been teaching in higher ed for 20-some years, and I thought all the kinds of scarcity in the life of my students. Scarcity of belonging, of safety, of visibility, of inclusion. And I thought maybe that explains why For I think the history of higher ed in the United States, economically secure white students do better than other students. Not because they're smarter, but maybe they're walking in their classrooms with all their bandwidth instead of being depleted by all these other things. Okay, so that's what got me started on this. Next slide, please. Because I have a short amount of time, well, short for me, because Tajani didn't give me 3 hours. Have I mentioned that? So I'm going to make some assumptions that because of the university we're here, many of you know these things. So I would normally spend an hour trying to convince you that stereotype, threat, et cetera, take away cognitive capacity, but I think you all probably can walk that walk. So I want to get on to the things that we can do about it. But I do want to say something about adverse childhood experiences. How many, I know there are some ACEs. How many people know about ACEs, adverse childhood experiences? Okay, so lots of you in the room. So this was a public health study done in the late 1990s in San Diego. Anyway, talk about bad things that happened to you when you were a child, neglect, abuse, addictions in your family, mental illness, et cetera. And then correlate it with who you are now as an adult. And the researchers found out that adverse childhood experiences can become part of your biology. So even if you're not dwelling on them every day, you're here, you're functioning, oftentimes people have chronic illnesses because of the residue of adverse childhood experiences, including racism, as we know. We know racism makes people sick. So I have really gotten much more into thinking about adverse childhood experiences and their effects on students. So I know that many of my students come into my classroom and they already have, for instance, Black students, 19, 20-year-olds, they already have hypertension because and other chronic illnesses. And we mostly can't see chronic illnesses. So I just assume that there are people there. And if we did an experiment and ask all of us, adverse childhood experiences will be very well represented in this group. And I apologize to you if I'm poking at things here. So the thing I want to say is, though, two things. One is the researchers say that ACEs are not destiny. These are called ACEs. You have an ACE score. ACEs are not destiny. There's very good research that says the presence of one caring adult in the life of a child can seriously mitigate these negative outcomes for adults. And there are many negative outcomes, physical, well-being things. And when we work in colleges, of course, that caring person, it would be best if they show up when the kid's in kindergarten or 4 years old or third grade, of course. But we can be that person, and I'm sure many of you are. So when I teach a class, somebody doesn't show up, I'm texting them. Hey, I hope you're all right. I missed you in class. And I'm sure you've had this experience, that people, they tell me the next day, the next week, that contact from you saved my life. Now, it's usually not that serious, but you've had it too. Say, that text from you kept me going to school the next day and the next day, which is kind of pathetic, right? That a text from me, somebody who is just flying through their life, was so important, but it's true. So just that checking on people. The second thing the researchers found out is it fundamentally changed the questions they ask from what's wrong with you to what happened to you, or what is happening. What's wrong with you are blaming and shaming questions. Why don't you get motivated? Why don't you figure out what to do with your kids so you can get here on time? And blaming and shaming doesn't feel very good to deliver, and it's not very effective. How many of you are positively motivated by being blamed and shamed? It doesn't happen. So keeping in mind that our students and our colleagues, some of us, are walking around with these kind of outcomes of childhood adversity can be a very useful thing and transform conversations. Okay, let's go on to the next one, please. Okay, the last thing in the stealing, bandwidth stealing, is uncertainty. Uncertainty is the parent thing of bandwidth depletion. And I would suggest that over the last 3-4 years, uncertainty has exploded. for many of us. So I shrunk the COVID piece a little bit because we're kind of moving past it, hopefully. The divisiveness in US politics, it bothers me every day. The war in Ukraine, I don't have relatives there, I don't have a stake in that, but I think about it every day, that this could be happening in 2023. And then climate change, this is a picture from California when I was there in January. These things, you know, I just had my, for those of you on Medicare, you know this, every year you have a checkup and they have this list of questions. They say, are you depressed and anxious? I said, well, aren't you? If you are not depressed and anxious and a tiny bit terrified, you're not paying attention. Things are not going very well for humans, I would think. We've made a mess of a lot of things. So that uncertainty, and that doesn't even count personal stuff that our kids and we are dealing with every day. Uncertainty is huge. Let's go on to the next one because I want to get to the good stuff. Okay, you can go to. Thank you so much, Catherine. Okay, I want to make the argument, even though I've just talked very quickly about all the things that steal bandwidth, that this perspective about bandwidth is a strengths perspective. Are there social workers in the room besides me? So strengths perspective is one of the top values of social work. So focus on what the person has rather than all the deficits. So I think it's a strengths perspective because I'm saying our students are smart enough. We're all smart enough. We just, if they're coming into our classrooms with this much or this much, you know, they're walking in our classrooms like this, or your advising office, but they're smart enough. And I do talk with students. I love to talk with students. But the focus of my work is that it's us who, our job is to create learning environments and work environments, for that matter, where everybody can maximize their bandwidth. So the things that steal bandwidth are mostly out of our control. You know, we're probably not going to see the end of racism in at least this lifetime of mine, maybe the next one. And all these other social ills, they're there. Todd Steele calls it the threat in the air. It's just there. So in spite of what we do, students of color are going to have stereotype threat, and they're going to be depleted by racism, et cetera. But it's a strengths perspective because we're saying students are smart enough. You know, we let you in here. We know you can do it. So that's what, then we have to help them recover. And how do we do that? Next slide. Any early childhood educators in here? Does anybody know about funds of knowledge? So funds of knowledge is a concept that comes out of early childhood education. I think about 15 years ago, Luis Moll and Gonzalez and their colleagues, they reflected that it's easy to look at a 2-year-old, 3-year-old, 4-year-old who comes from a poor home. It's not fancy, it's really small, there's not a park across the street, they don't have 2,000 books in their house. You know, it's a not an enriching environment. And it's easy to look at that child and say they're empty. They're coming to the learning environment with nothing. And these researchers say, oh my gosh, no, they're coming with skills, ability, knowledge from what their parents do for a living, from all the adults in their lives, from their faith community, from their neighborhood, from their culture. They might be able to know how to plant things or cook things, or they know lots of things. They know songs. Maybe they don't know their letters, but what if we started with those things they do know and build on that? And when I learned about that from my daughter, who's in that field, I thought, my students, and I've only worked at public schools, so lots of my students come who are poor, who are marginalized groups, who are first in their family to go to college. And in my opinion, if you're a first generation, marginalized group by whoever standards, low income, and you make it to college in the United States, you're coming with a bunch of stuff. You've probably worked, like I did, starting at age 12, whatever it was. So you have work skills. You probably have worked with people not like yourself. Maybe you've been in a band or sung in the choir or volunteered in your neighborhood. You've got a lot of stuff coming. What we do, though, and I've spent quite a bit of time in community colleges, so especially in community colleges, we give you those assessments and we say you don't write well enough, you don't read well enough, you don't do math well enough. So our early messages are, you're not good enough. What if we could, and these researchers on funds of knowledge, they go to each child's home, ideally, with a checklist, and they say all this stuff. Wouldn't it be nice if we could do that with our students? That we say, what are you bringing to the table? Yeah, your math skills are rusty because of the way we fund public schools. If you live in a shitty neighborhood, you go to a shitty school, often. Can you bleep out the shitty? When you, your job is to make me sound smarter than I really am. Okay, can you do that later? And better looking. So we have students who come not well prepared. But what if we started with what they come with? And then we build on that. We can do that in classes. We can do it in academic advising. Next slide. Okay, so this, I just threw these words up there. In whatever, we can do this in academic advising. We can do it in our classes. But these kind of prompts. So there are, when students come to do assessments, and this goes back a little to the stereotype threat, which you can turn on and off. So if you come to do a writing assessment when you come to college, and you're given a piece of paper, and it, for instance, says, what's your name, your race, ethnicity, is English your first language? You have just clicked on stereotype threat. You have reminded them, oh, I'm not good at writing in English. What if before they did it, we gave them some of these prompts and had them write a paragraph? I set a goal for myself and I made it. I do this in my first day of class. I put some of these questions on there. What's your best thing? Tell me about something, some wise person in your life. So we're toning down stereotype threat and we're elevating belonging and agency because everybody's coming with stuff and a lot of good stuff. Some not so good stuff, but let's start with the good stuff. Okay, go on to the next one. Okay, values affirmation. I don't have time to do this. We talked about this. If you do, I have a list of values, have students pick them out and then talk about them. There's lots of research that says that elevates again. Some people in higher ed, I think we've gotten over this, but there was a period where we were telling students, you know, you came from a poor neighborhood, you came from a culture that's not really into education in the Western way that we say education. You need to leave all that stuff at home because at college we have, I'm not sure what they are, some magical sense of other values. And now we're saying, you've got values. Those values have brought you to today and they're gonna get you through to graduation. So let's embrace those values and let's share with each other about what they are. We have way more in common than we do apart. We all want to be safe, we want to be loved, we want to contribute. Okay, next one. Okay, connecting the known to the unknown. And you have a handout about this that you don't need to look at right now because then you'll read and not be listening to me. But anyway, here it is on the table. Multitasking. Connecting the known to the unknown. What we know about neuroscientists tell us is that the sweet spot for learning is that when we can hook a new thing onto something that the student already has in their head. So I picture in my head all these hooks of things I know. And so my students, I teach in social sciences, social work, sociology. Most things on most days that I teach, the students could say, yeah, I know that. I learned that in high school, or I just know it. I'm a person. You know, I'm a social person. Sometimes they say, I don't know what, I've never heard of this. I don't know what you're talking about. But lots of times I think they're thinking, I don't know exactly what you're talking about there, but it sounds like something I learned in high school, or learned in another class, or my mom told me about, or I learned it at work, or, oh, I saw a documentary about that. So then that's the sweet spot right there. Then I hook that onto that, they practice that, and it becomes a new hook. So connecting the known to the unknown. So on the handout, you have some things. My students come in every day with writing the answer to one of those things. So we're affirming the funds of knowledge, that they're bringing stuff to the classroom. They know. I want to go back to that intro I did of myself. So I call that my life report. All the classes I teach, my students do a life report. The first thing, I mean, I do mine the first day of class, but then they do them over the next few weeks. And you have a rubric on here from one of my classes. Your rubric could be anything. But this gets to those funds of knowledge. It gets to what you were looking at you, because you were in that, other people were in that session I went to earlier. It's bringing themselves into the classroom. So my students share in this 20 by 20. And by the way, if you haven't used this, it has lots of advantages. That slide presentation I did. How many people have used it before? I saw some hands. Or maybe some of you have heard about it. But anyway, it has advantages. It lasts 6 minutes and 40 seconds. So if you imagine asking your students, tell me about your life with some rubric, some students would say 2 sentences and sit down, and others would take the entire class time. So it's time limited. It does not punish people who are not read-write, who didn't grow up in a read-write culture. I taught in Oklahoma for 6.5 years. Lots of Native American students, most of whom read and wrote as well as I did. But if they grew up deeply in Native American culture, it's a very oral culture, and read-write's not their thing. So putting together a bunch of words on a slide is not going to be their thing. But any student can do this. It's the most important thing I do in class. Students connect, students share about themselves, and it's important, if you use it, I think, to do your own story the first night. So yes, I grew up in a tiny little town, privileged as, not a lot of money, but privileged in so many other ways. But I've had my bumps in the road. Students need to know that. They see us as just perfect, right? That we've always been highly educated, really smart. They don't think, oh, that person struggled. So put it out there to the extent you're comfortable. Because now back to ACEs. So when students are struggling, and they may have adverse childhood experiences or current struggles, why would they come and tell me? And why would, for instance, students of color come and tell me, a white person? It's rational not to, because we know that people of color are not treated well in the medical community, and especially in the mental health community. So why would students trust me to come and tell me? Well, they wouldn't, and that's a rational thing, but I want them to, because I want to be able to be helpful. So if you put yourself out there a little bit, they could think, maybe she would understand. Just maybe. I'm going to be vulnerable, and I'm going to go talk to her. So connecting the known to the unknown, affirming those funds of knowledge. So if you want to connect the known to the unknown, you have to acknowledge they know something. And this could apply to any class. I'm convinced you can do a different rubric. I heard some faculty talk about they were teaching nutrition. What if you had students do 20 by 20 about the food they ate growing up? And of course, students know that's a vulnerability too. If you were very poor, I understand all that. But students have complete control over what they present. It's their presentation. Okay, next slide. Okay, high hope syllabus, high hope practice. You have a handout on this, which you can look at later. It has green, and it's just some excerpts from my syllabus. But here's high hope practice. High hope practice is high expectations, high support. So your syllabus, the message of the syllabus is, I have very high expectations in this class, and I know every one of you can meet them, and I'm right behind you. You know, we think students want an easy class, and you can all remember when you had 5 classes in college, it was nice to have one kind of easy one, but students don't want easy classes. They know they have to perform later, and somebody was talking who's in the nursing program. They know they have to meet these standards so they can pass the licensing exam and be a good nurse, or whatever you're going to be. So students really don't want easy classes. So we need to say, I have high standards, but I'm behind you. Scaffolding is one kind of support. You don't know, is that a word we use? Scaffolding? I think it's also a term out of early childhood education. But splitting a big project into many steps. So you can put on your syllabus a paragraph about the 10-page research paper, APA citation. It's due, are we in the spring semester? Yeah, May 10th. And you can say, bless you, go for it. Or you can say on February 10th, there's a proposal for your project, and you give feedback. And on March 10th, there's an outline and a list of references, and you give feedback. And then on April 10th, there's a first draft, and you give feedback. Better yet, have students read each other's papers. And here's the definition. This meets my definition of an equitable practice. This is a practice that helps the people who need it and does no harm to anybody else. So if I've come to college already having written 10-page paper APA citations, and I can kind of do it, it doesn't hurt me to do that proposal, outline, et cetera. So it does no harm to me and hopefully improves my paper anyway. But it sure helps those people who've never written a paper. Another thing is on the very bottom of the second page is grace periods on assignments. I read about this several years ago. A history professor at Amherst started doing this. She had found that the stress level in her classes was just out of this world. The quality of the work was going down. And I don't know how she learned about it, but she does what I do. I copied her. 2 days grace period on every assignment. No reason. The student just needs to tell me, hey, I need that 2 days, okay? If it's not in 2 days, they have to make an appointment with me and we sit down and talk. And every time, it's a bandwidth issue. My students aren't sitting at home saying, I don't think I'll do that. Their kid's sick. Their dad had a heart attack. They lost their job, or they got a job, or they got called, the shift changed at work. Something has happened. Then we can have a conversation. I can say what's happening, and they can tell me. And almost always we can work it out. So can you get the paper in next week? Well, no, because I'm flying home tonight to help my mom with the kids because my dad's in the hospital. Okay, well, 2 weeks, we can figure it out. Once in a while, they have to withdraw from school. Something really has happened. But what a difference. And I have walked the student over to the place where the withdrawal happens. Hopefully we can get a medical withdrawal so they don't have this bad record. And then we make a plan right there. Okay, can you come? We'll see you in August or September. You can come back to school. What a difference. Otherwise, they just disappear. And especially my community college experience, they're just gone. They don't talk to me. And that flexibility, that grace, here's another thing it does for faculty. What I've found is most of the stuff is that little stuff that's the 2 days. Something happens. I don't even have to think about that. I don't have to use my bandwidth as an instructor. It just happens. I graded a little bit late. Okay. I save my bandwidth for the big things. And so it saves me a lot of time. And my upper class students usually just kind of forget about it. But when they need it, oh, okay. But the message on the syllabus on the first day is, oh, she gets it that life happens. She gets it there's some wiggle room out there, and she's going to go with that. I think just that message stretches out bandwidth. Next slide, please. Okay, overall, minimize uncertainty. And I have a few ideas about that. How am I doing on time? Are you? Oh, excellent, because I've been maybe some time for questions. Check-ins. How many of you do check-ins in class? Okay, so I think check-ins are more and more important. And I'll give an example. At Malcolm X College, a colleague who taught early childhood classes. Now, she had 12 to 15 people, students in her class. So she had time for everybody to participate in the group. So the rule was in her class, she's been doing it for years, you have to say one sentence and you could say up to 3 sentences. And it's just, how are you doing today? Well, most of the time it's good stuff. My baby had a birthday, or I got a job, or I got out of a job I hated, this sort of thing. Once in a while, remember we're on the west side of Chicago. My cousin was shot last night. Well, you don't then end that. You have a conversation. The person gets some support. What I think happens in check-ins is, and we have some psychologists in here, I know, just articulating what is on your heart helps right there, right? And then if you get a little support, what I just picture in my mind is you take that worry or fear or whatever, And they can just set it on the side of the desk, and it's there, and then you spend the hour or 3 hours or whatever it is. We haven't solved their problem. They have to pick that up when they leave and go on. But it frees up their bandwidth for the rest of the class. You can do that in larger classes. You can do it in groups of 4. So I teach classes of 35 to 40 students mostly. This class in Oklahoma I taught most recently. And you could do it in small groups. And as the teacher, you can kind of be listening in case you should follow up on something. But that's okay to just do it in your small group. Safe zones, safe spaces, this is more of a institutional thing, but I think safe spaces are so important. We just got, I don't know if any of you have been to Kansas City Airport. It just was redone, just opened like a month ago, the new thing. Amazing. Kansas City, Missouri, which is just one step really worse than Kansas. They're all pretty bad. There's a gender-free restroom. And I'm hearing, I wish I had a recorder because I'm hearing all these responses from people. There's a quiet room. There's like a neurodiversity room. And there's really some cool things. So we can have spaces where students can regain bandwidth. And I think that's why we have LGBTQ centers and multicultural centers and other kinds of places where people can feel safe. If their bandwidth is a little bit tattered, they can go in and take a breath. Group agreements. There's a handout on this. Not important again to look at now again, but you can. I do at the beginning, first day of class, we agree on how we're going to behave to each other. And I usually use one from Women's Studies that I just hand out, we read it, but making your own I think is better. And this handout, I did a couple of examples so students can just see kind of what I'm talking about. And students at any age can write this like treaty. I've written a second book for pre-K to 12, and my daughter does this treaty thing in New Zealand with her 3- and 4-year-olds. So anybody, all students can articulate how we want to behave. And when the students do it themselves, of course, it's way more powerful than if you handed them something. So we worked this out on the first day. And once in a while, I've had to like bring it out and say, hey, remember, we agreed to behave like this. Most of the time I don't have to because they've worked that out on their own and they behave very well. Feedback quad is another thing, and it's on your table too. And we can send these to everybody electronically as well, or already have. Okay, this is one of the most enlightening thing I've done in my whole long career, and I do it every semester midterm. So you hand students this piece of paper, and they write anonymously, what is the teacher doing that helps me to learn? What's the teacher doing that doesn't help? I used to have inhibit, but my colleague said not everybody knows what inhibit means, so I don't know what to change it. What am I doing to help me to learn? What am I doing that inhibits my learning? I would encourage you to do this anonymously. I take them all back to my office. I type them all out under these categories, and I bring them back to the very next class and say, here's what you said. And I don't put words in their mouth. Now, I will summarize. So let's say I have 40 students, and most of my class is discussion and interaction. So they'll say, I like the group discussions. Well, I might say 10 people said that. But mostly I write down their very words. And here's the magic of this. Now, I don't hear really very many new things now because I've been doing this a long time and I've responded. So, but what is the beauty of it, here's an example I think I talked about yesterday. So when I taught Intro to Women's Studies, because it was my turn to be director of Women's Studies, but I've never had a feminist class in my life, so I used a lot of documentaries and film, other people's resources. I'd have, in a class of this was 25, let's say, 7 students would say, I love those documentaries, and 7 students over here say, oh, those documentaries are so boring. Boy, those students have just given me such a gift because they can see, oh, she can't please everybody every day. I don't like them, but look, the same number of people really like them, so this isn't my good day, but that's okay, I can put up with it. Sometimes they'll put something over here that they don't like, and I can respond right then, which makes me look very, and I'm genuine. But back in the day when I used to write on the board, some of you don't know what that is, but it was a green thing or black thing, and you have a piece of chalk. And this was back in the time when I wanted students to actually remember things for tests, like dates and stuff. They'd say, can you write more on the board so we can take notes? Well, I could change that right then. So it's a very nice thing, or if they say something that I'm really concerned about, we can talk about it. Down here, it's always the same stuff, and you know what it would be. What am I doing to help myself learn? Come to class, be awake, participate, do my work in time, read the chapter. Over here, the opposite. And what it is out of their own mouths is students know perfectly well what it takes to be successful. And they also know they don't always do it. And another thing, the message though is, I get that. Sometimes, I taught on Monday nights for 6.5 years. Somebody's planning to read their chapter on Sunday and their baby gets sick. Well, they don't read the chapter. So they come to class not prepared. That happens. That's a bad day. And in every class I teach, I put students in groups on the first day. They take a quiz by themselves, and then they take it as a group. So that day, they're going to count on their group members because they didn't read the chapter. That's okay, because next week it could be you. I encourage that interdependence. That's a good thing. So getting that feedback from students, you probably have a system giving it to the end, but that doesn't benefit the students in the class. And it also is saying, this is a funds of knowledge issue. The student doesn't know what we're teaching, otherwise they wouldn't be in our class. But they know what it feels like to be in my class. They know what it feels like in their heart and in their body. They can give me some feedback. They are experts. That's where they're experts. I think maybe, okay, excellent. We have time for a few questions, or 5 minutes. Okay, 5 minutes, thank you. Questions, comments, does this make sense to you? Yes. Okay, so how many of these ideas have my colleagues been? Yes, I can. She asked, has my work gone past my classroom? I hope so. I have done workshops at over 100 schools, for one thing, at universities. And at community colleges, believe it or not, faculty actually do what they're told. You know, I mean, they can say at the beginning of the semester, there's 3 days of required professional development. So I have a community colleges, thank you so much, Catherine. I have a community colleges, 700 people in the room. Every employee's in the room, and I love that because this is everybody's job, everybody. So yes, and I get all kinds of communication from people. Yes, people are trying these things. Well, there was a panel this morning doing a bunch of this stuff, right? It's the same kind of thing, building community. I am just more certain we need to build community in our classes. People learn in relationship to other people, period. That's how our brains work. So if we can build that community, and people, you know, I want to go to this check-in thing for a minute. I've had people say, well, I don't have time for that. I need to get to chemistry or physics or whatever I'm teaching. That's fine. But if you have students who have things that are heavy on their hearts and are using up half their bandwidth, you can teach for the next 50 minutes, and half the students won't hear most of what you say. So I would argue having that time at the beginning is time well worth doing. I mean, you have to do it, you know, in 4s or something. I just think it's important. This stuff is important, and I think there's all kinds of evidence out there that building community and having students count on each other increases learning. So yeah, I think it, well, I didn't make up any of this stuff, actually. So that would be another.
Dr. Rasheldon, we have time for one more question, and then I have to cut us short. But
Right
you'll
on.
still be here if folks
Right on,
want to
and I'll
ask
be- yep.
questions. Okay.
Okay, hi. First of all, I'm born and raised in Kansas.
No.
And yes.
And you left purposely? We'll talk later about that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm very excited to see you. Thank you so much for your presentation. I was also part of the book club. have read your books. I'm excited to see you.
Good.
My question is, what kind of pre-work does a faculty member need to do in order to be able to positively facilitate something like the 20 by 20? What kind of space of mind and pre-work should the faculty member be in?
Thank you. That's a really good question, and it's a nice wrap-up question. Some faculty, I think, fairly don't want to really mess with this stuff because they don't feel prepared. So I'm going to have students do a life report. I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a therapist. Stuff is going to come up I can't handle. I agree. I mean, I think that's legit. So I'm a social scientist, I'm a social worker, so I'm prepared. So I'm not a therapist, though, so some people say I'm not prepared. But anyway, I can take that. So each person has to judge what they would have their students talk about. The other thing is, I think, authenticity. So I've had people say, how can I do this life report? I'm a privileged white guy who really hasn't had very many bumps. I said, okay, that's fine. Do your thing. Say who you are. You're acknowledging, this is my life. It's still just fine. Just be yourself. The other thing I want to say is, only do things in your class you can do with a joyful spirit. If you are, I have this values exercise that I kind of think everybody ought to do, but if you're thinking, you know, I don't care what students value, I just want to do their damn work, then don't do it. Don't do these things, because students will get that. If you do it and you don't believe, or if you give the grace period on assignments, but you're thinking, oh, these students are just going to take advantage of me, students get that. They will feel that. So I think the other thing is, I would encourage us, not all of us have to do it at Rutgers-Newark. Not everybody has to, but if enough of us did these things, and if the attitude, a lot of it's an attitude, right? It's the what's happening rather than what's wrong, the blaming and shaming. If people did it in the advising office, in student services, everywhere, it gets in the DNA of the place. And every place I work, and Bonnie, people talk about bandwidth. So people in their own lives say, hey man, my bandwidth is like shot today. And what a nicer way to live. We can uphold that person that day. What a nicer way to live than blaming and shaming, even among ourselves. And you can say, what's happening? And what can I do to unburden you today a little bit? And it's really nice karma, because tomorrow it could be you, or it could be me. So it's just a nicer way to live in the world. You're hovering.
I am.
Okay.
I am.
Okay, thank you very much.
Please join me in thanking Dr. Veshelden. This was fantastic. One of the things that, because we met with Dr. Veshelden yesterday in our book club, Meet the Author meeting, and one of the things she said that was really, I think, poignant and stayed with me, and I've been thinking about it all day this morning and also yesterday, is this thing that I'm prepared to do going to help recover or expand bandwidth, or will it help to deplete bandwidth? And I think in the context of our classrooms, and even in the context of how we deal with our colleagues, it is worth asking the question, is this thing that I'm preparing to do going to expand bandwidth or deplete bandwidth? All right, folks. With that, thank you again, Dr. Veshelden. So when you checked in, you should have got a raffle ticket. I'm so excited. Thank you so much. Our colleagues and partners at Kite and Key were gracious enough to give us a couple goodies for our, I see Dr. Gibbs is excited. Yes, for our raffle. So we are raffling as a little door prize to thank you for coming, a generous gift certificate to Kite and Key. So you can go get those earbuds because you know you lost yours, or you lost somebody else's and you know you need to replace them. So that's what we're gonna do. So get your tickets out. You have to be present to win. I'm sorry, I'm using a Ziploc bag. We keep it humble around here, people. We keep it humble. All right, number 909-298. Oh, here we go. 909-298. Well done, sir. Look what happens when you register. Come on in. There you go. You're welcome. All right, folks, we know that we're about 15 minutes behind. We're going to ask you to, take the break, walk around a little bit. Our sessions will start in 5 minutes. And there is a session in this room with our colleagues from the NJ-STEP program. If you're not sure what session to go to, come and stay right where you are because this is going to be important. So please, please disperse. I will see you in a little bit. Come back here at 3 o'clock.
You never know if you need this. Do I need this? It's nice to have this, okay. Because that's me, right? Okay. So hi, everybody. Welcome to the session. And as you know, this is called Intentional Inclusivity, NJ-STEP and How System Impacted Scholar Strength and Learning. So this will be a conversation among our scholars. And so we will be talking about how NJ-STEP scholars improve learning. But before we start, I think we need to think about this intentional inclusivity. We need to ask ourselves, in a university setting, who we serve and who we exclude, right? Taking one more step back, we need to ask who is included and excluded from full participation in society. In this country, that means people who are excluded are often people with criminal records. That also means, because of the disparities in racial ethnic groups, that Black and brown people who are represented at greater numbers than other groups in criminal justice settings. We've essentially excluded millions of people from core pathways to success. And at the same time, we've diminished our strength as a society by this exclusion. Public universities have always had a mission to serve and educate the people in their regions, right? And to provide those same people with opportunities for upward mobility. So here at this university, we're intentionally including people because, one, it's the right thing to do, and two, because it makes our university stronger and our learning better. So that's all I'm going to say for the whole day, other than ask some questions. So before we begin, I want to introduce, I'm sorry, our scholars who will be joining the conversation. Courtney Clement is a master's student. William Jerry Gray over there you're finishing the semester with a degree in social work. Efren Mercado will be done in December, and Martin Rogers will be done December. Excellent. And then finally, Talib Charriez is here, and he has a special place, I think, for everybody here. He's a senior program coordinator for NJ-STEP Mountainview. He's also an alumnus of the program. He got his degree last year, right, from Arts and Sciences. And he describes himself as an advocate for higher ed in prisons and a documentarian. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you to just talk a little bit about the program.
Thank you, Dr. Veysey. Thank you, everyone, for staying with us for this very important conversation. I'll begin with asking a question and, of course, not receiving an answer, but just to plant something in your mind. How many of you have driven past East Jersey State Prison, that historical place that's right there in Rahway, New Jersey, with a wall that separates the people that are behind it from the people who drive by it every day? There's prisons like that all throughout New Jersey. South Jersey, Cumberland County has a bunch of them with razor wires, gun towers, and walls that separate the other, right? And we know what the other is, the concept of othering. What I have learned as being an NJ-STEP alum and now a staff member is that we are the only program in New Jersey that breaks down that wall, that intentionally walks into those carceral spaces and delivers a quality higher education experience. that's not a one-way avenue. It's not built on hierarchy, it's built on community. And those classroom settings that I participated in, we were intentional in having a circle and not an auditorium style professor in front of the room, students waiting to raise their hand. It was inclusive. So the theme that we're speaking about today, intentional inclusivity, is important because we know, faculty and staff that are still present, that a lot of the research that is conducted about the other does not include the other. The researchers are not Black and brown, therefore even research has been colonized. So in short, what NJ-STEP does, we have an inside team and we have an outside team. The inside team is made up of faculty and staff that educate the students and also learn from the students. Our role on the outside is there's a completion team, and then there is a transition team. I am part of the transition team. And my role on campus to be able to get every single student into a space and feel comfortable in that space as being just that, a student. I reach out to our community partners broadly, and I also reach out to our partners here on campus to get students into those spaces to articulate their truth and regain their autonomy. Thank you.
All right, so first question. Can you tell us a little bit about how education impacted your life?
Hello, everyone. All right, my name is Martin Rogers, and I am a system-impacted person. I was formerly incarcerated, and education through New Jersey scholarships and transformative education in prisons has been a very good opportunity for me and other people that's incarcerated as well. And for me, I'm going to kind of like piggyback off of my brother here, Talib. He talked about, he asked the question, have you ever drove by a prison? And he talked about what goes on the inside and what goes on the outside. And so for me, education was a way out. It was a way out from a life that I have once lived. It was a way out because education through New Jersey-STEP presented opportunities to me that I didn't have before. And so it's been a very beneficial time for me. It's been a growing time, and my education has improved, and many doors are opening up for me as far as my career. Unfortunately, it won't be a career criminal like they describe some of us. And so for me, that's what how education has impacted my life. It has provided me with a way out. Before, I was caught up in the things and in the people and things that go on in the world that are antisocial, so to speak. And the education, when it came on to me, it was just something that I felt that I needed to do. It was something different for me. And it was something that allowed me to think more clearly, sit down, and get an understanding of life and what comes my way and what life has to offer. So education for me has been a very well improvement in my life, and it has opened doors for me and given me the opportunity to venture out and with respect to my career and growing. So thank you for your time, and I'm going to move on.
Hi, everybody. Thank you for being here. My name's Courtney Clement again, even though Dr. Veysey introduced me. So, anywho, education transformed my life because I was incarcerated as a teenager with a 10th grade education. And it's crazy to piggyback off of what Talib said. I have walked by Trenton State Prison. I have driven past Trenton State Prison. And there's a painted mural with kids on the wall, and that's a super maximum security prison. I didn't understand what it was as a teenager, right? I'm like, it's a beautiful mural, but why is barbed wire on top? And somebody was like, oh, that's the prison. So it wasn't until I entered NJ-STEP and started learning about school to prison pipeline and everything like that, I was able to make a connection like, that's crazy. And most of the kids that's painted on that wall were brown and black. And I ended up behind the wall, right? So education saved my life, as Dr. Veysey said in my introduction, that in my bio, that I'm in a master's program, and it continues to help expand my mind. It helps me grow, and it helps me to motivate and be an inspiration for other women of color that's in the same situation. And yeah, that's it for now. Oh, I'm also about to transition into society. I'm still kind of like incarcerated, but it's great. And I'm very grateful and optimistic and blessed.
Hello, everybody. My name is Jerry Gray. I'm glad to be here with you on the stage with my colleagues. Education to me is very important. It's key. For a majority of my life, I didn't see the significance in education, so I didn't pursue it. It was something, as we go back as far as slavery, something that was denied for people of color for years. And why was it denied? Because the slave owners knew the key of education, the power of education. I didn't see education as being significant when I was growing up, because when I ran the streets, the guy on the street corner was the one I wanted to model myself after, not the professor, not the educator. And it wasn't until NJ-STEP was presented to me, and they said it was a pilot program to see if this really works, to see if we can cut down recidivism. And I got on board. And as a result of getting on board, I joined with a team of brothers and sisters, or brothers. And as Talib said, we worked together. That model, or that concept, no man left behind, we worked inclusive with each other. I didn't have to be good at math. I had a brother next to me that was good at math. I didn't have to know how, I didn't even know how to write a thesis. I got a brother next to on my left that knew how to write a thesis. I didn't have to know all the things I needed to know, but everyone, we came together as a group, as a community, as a family, and it fostered a brotherhood that unlike any other. Education, we surrounded ourselves around education. We grew together. And today, I'm grateful for the platform and the open door that Rutgers University has offered us, because I walk across the stage next month with my bachelor's degree. So I never in a million years even visualized anything like that. And so today I'm grateful. I'm grateful for the opportunity. And when it was presented to me as a pilot program, it's more than a pilot program, because we know it works. And the brothers and sisters behind us are looking to us, and they know it works. So it doesn't just inspire me. It doesn't just inspire my family, my kids, and all the other people that I'm trying to reach out to, but it inspires all those that's coming behind us. And as a result, I'm made much better by what I've learned here through my education.
Hello, everyone. My name is Efren Mercado. Everybody just call me E. I started the NJ-STEP in 2013 when it was introduced in Broadway. So I was formerly incarcerated, sister impacted individual. And I don't want to really talk about the carceral space because everything has been touched by everybody else. But I want to know, I want to express, right, the concerns and that we face here on campus, right, the challenges that we also face. We sometimes are included in a lot of things, you know what I mean, when we walk around here, but we also feel excluded as well. And that's one of the topics that I don't want to leave out. NJ-STEP has allowed us to have a platform, right, to just be better and introduce a different way of learning to the students in this campus. We're not used to computer. That was one of the challenges that I had to face through my transition. Paper is what I know. Physical writing is what I know, not typing. I can write you a paper in 2 hours if I was pushing the pen to paper. With a laptop, it was taking me days. And it's funny to say that, but it truly is. And also, I know in her presentation, she talked about the strength perspective. We have it, we just don't know what it means until we exposed to academia, and then we understand we had this all along, right? The community that we have is also the strength that we was able to find. I also want to express some of the challenges that we face coming from a carceral space is something as simple as getting a meal. And I wanna bring light to that because I find myself walking on campus sometimes and everything has to be in a credit card, right? In a debit form. I'm old school. I like cash. Plus in a halfway house, that's all you can have. So when I go in a setting and they asking me about my phone, I'm not supposed to have a phone. Oh, well, can I get a credit card? I don't have that neither. I got $20 and I'm hungry. Can I eat? But when they say now we don't take that, that's a challenge for us, right? Can't go downtown and spend $20, $25 on a meal. It's not gonna happen. So these are the challenges that sometimes, right, we feel excluded from participating here as well. And even when we had to do the scan, and I believe that I expressed that to the professor, which she advocated for us and everybody else, this has to be looked at a little deeper. Because we facing it today, and if it doesn't find a solution, those that comes from behind is going to face the same consequences or the same challenges. So everyone in the panel have basically spoke about the importance of education. In my case, has been astronomical. I was born and raised in Puerto Rico. English is actually my second language. So the challenges that I faced, it was different than anybody else, but nevertheless, I know that I was up for the task. That's how education changed my life. That's how I'm able to say today at a 47-year-old that I can survive in this world. Even though I don't know how to be an adult completely, I'm still striving for it, and education gives me that platform. I'm out here and I'm going to win and I'm going to succeed. There's no buts or if but, right? And just that with the helps of everyone, the staff, the professors. I mean, I couldn't have asked for a better group. So we definitely see the support. We see the commitment that they're giving the NJ-STEP family, and we forever gonna be grateful. And we're gonna make y'all proud, just so you know. So, yes.
You're the superstars. You know, it's really funny. With the exception of Talib, all of the other people here on stage have been my students or are currently my students, and it's always been such an incredible pleasure to have them in the classroom for lots and lots of reasons. And I hope we'll be able to talk a little bit about that because they've been such an important part in contributing to the conversation, as well as being models for the younger folks who don't have the same skill set that you have around reading and writing and critical thinking. So Efren, you referred a little bit to this in what you just said. Why is it important that people who have been system impacted are visible in higher ed settings? And I'd like to hear, if anyone who has thoughts about it.
I mean, first and foremost, like I said, we belong in these spaces. We earned our place in not just on campus, but in this world, right? My past doesn't define who I am, right? I know that I was able to overcome a lot of adversities. I think that my resume, my work ethic, and everything allows me to just belong anywhere. I should be able to apply for position as a director, right? As an associate of any program. I don't have to just, not to look down on any job for that matter, but I'm saying? I don't have to work or break my back in a warehouse. That's not what my degree is calling for, right? I have a higher calling, and that's what I'm here for, to pursue it, right? So I think it's important. I think it's important.
It's to me very important because how media depicts people that have been formerly incarcerated, as well as us being stigmatized already for making poor choices, decisions, etc. It allows people that have not been incarcerated or have not seen that other side to interact and get to see us as humans and not just a poor choice or a decision, right? And it also, statistics has shown that only 5% of the United States incarcerated population will never see the light of day again. So 95% of us are coming back into your communities, et cetera. So not you per se, but we should be allowed a chance to show that we can assimilate, we can adjust, because if you're not given that chance and your back is against the wall, most likely some people make the same mistakes. You know what I mean? Because it's like, all right, I'm viewed as this person, I might as well continue to be that person. So it sheds light and awareness for both sides. And it also helps us to learn how to re-socialize and just learn how to be successful and great. And it also shows those of you that haven't experienced it how to deal with, because a lot of people, especially in minority communities, have relatives that have been incarcerated, even if they haven't physically been incarcerated themselves. So it can give a broader scope and view, and just, it can make us all come together as a better and greater community as a whole.
Yes, I believe that it's very important for system impacted people to be visible in higher education, because it has a way of instilling hope, and hope to the young men, to the young women, men and women that are incarcerated. If they look and they see that, hey, this guy was here, this woman was here, and we all struggled with the pains of incarceration, and we made it through that. And for me and for many of us, we were incarcerated, and there are a lot of people that can't stand up, that are not here to tell their story. And it's sad. I mean, I've seen a lot of, I've known of a lot of women and men that have passed away while they were incarcerated. And they didn't have the chance that we've been presented with for various reasons. But for me, I just feel that it's important for system-impacted people to be visible in education, because there are many men and women incarcerated that have lost hope. There are some there that feel that they can make a change in their life and do better when they get out. And so for New Jersey STEP and Rutgers and Raritan Valley Community College and all of these colleges that are offering a higher education, it's very important for us to be visible, to let someone know that, hey, you could do it. You could turn your life around. You don't have to be a product of your environment on that poverty level of the far less fortunate people that we have in this world. You could make a change. You can make an impact in your own life. Guess what? I seen him and I seen her, and they did it, and so could you.
For so long, society has been saying that people behind the walls do not have redeeming qualities, that they're unsalvageable. We just need to throw them behind the wall and turn the key and just forget about them. But we're positive proof that given the opportunity to learn, we're like sponges. That's why a lot of professors love coming on the inside, because we draw from them, we make them teach, because we're like sponges. So we're positive proof that given the opportunity, we can excel. Given the opportunity, one person told me, my job is just to park the water, And your job is just to walk through. He's sitting over there now, real cool right there, Mr. Chris. My job is to part the water, and your job is just to walk through. You know, so given the opportunity, we can excel. Given the opportunity, as my brother said, we can be CEOs, we can be CFOs, we can be whatever we want to be. You know, penologists, criminologists, they know the key to and the power of education. That's why it's been denied from us for so long. But now that it's here, we want it to stay. And because it's here and we have grown and we have evolved, we're looking for space now. We're looking for space to operate in our gifts. We're looking for space to excel. We don't want to just live. We don't want to just survive. We want to thrive. Okay, so given that opportunity, we can do so, and we can make a difference. We believe that we're the answers to the ills that take place in our societies with our youth. We believe that we have solutions to also higher education for even the young men and women that's on campuses. That's what we believe. And we would like to have those type of spaces and opportunities open up to us for our next step.
Briefly, if I can, one of the things I would hope to see for our students is more access to research as undergrads. They bring with them, our community brings with lived experience, right? And so in research, we know the framing of a hypothesis is very important. It's instrumental, it's mandatory. But often, a lot of the researchers, because of the lack of lived experiences coming from adversity, like the professor spoke of earlier, adverse childhood experiences. Well, there's a lot of survivors of that. I'm one of them. There's 10 adverse childhood experiences, and when I came across that material as a psych major, I found that I had like 7 of them. And it's said that all you need is 2 to be on a trajectory towards imprisonment or some type of health concern, hypertension, diabetes, etc. The thing is, when I read about the researchers, none of them looked like me, and very few of them were able to articulate the pain that an individual like us up here can speak to in the framing of a very strong hypothesis that could possibly lead to a theory that could essentially lead to a solution, right, to some of the ills that's in our community. So my vision, particularly in the role I'm in now as a senior program coordinator, is how do I get my students access to research opportunities on campus? And how can there be extensions possibly, right, with regards to saying, all right, wait a minute, they didn't meet the deadline, sorry, you can't make it, you've been excluded. How do we get the student into that space, whether he comes late or not? Because he or she is going to contribute to the conversation.
That's brilliant. We should talk. All right. So this is one of the questions that I want to hear you talk about because it's close to my heart, and I watch you all operate in classroom spaces. So what do you think NJ-STEP Mountainview scholars bring to other students and the educational process itself?
Okay. I have no choice. Okay. Okay. Well, I feel from experience and seeing it interacting, we bring like a level of discipline, a level of seriousness into the classroom. To learning, like learning should be fun. It should be innovative. It should be engaging. It should be interactive. However, it should not be a game, or no matter who's funding your education, it shouldn't be like, oh, well, you know. So we do bring this level of seriousness to studies because education saved my life behind the wall. It did. I don't think I would be sitting up on this panel if it wasn't for that, with the things that I endured, you know. So I have a different level of appreciation and respect. And even though I'm very, humble, down to earth, approachable, I am very, when it's time to buckle down, hey, let's get it. And I'm probably like one of the oldest students in your class. Yeah, well, you're the professor, but I think I'm the oldest student. So all of them are like 18, 19, 20, et cetera, et cetera. And they are very respectful of me, They get a kick out of me, and it's like they look forward for me to come to class and ask my input and things. So I know that my presence and my thoughts, even though I could be I'm eccentric, I know that, right? They look forward to my eccentricities and they accept it, and they don't know my situation unless they Google me, because kids Google everything nowadays. But they don't know my situation. I haven't openly shared it. So from my standpoint and their standpoint, they're dealing with me just as a regular student and don't know my current situation or my previous where I came from. So it is great. It's a great experience on both ends, getting things from their minds, pushing them pushing me having to learn patience or different things and learning, because like he had said earlier, I did everything. And say, so I'm still learning about computers. So a lot of times, Dr. V, she knows, so I'll be looking at her laptop. A lot of times if I bring my laptop to class, it's a little frustrating powering it up and this and that I'll just have it shut and I print everything out and I'll take notes or I'll take a picture of her slides and stuff, because I am technologically behind. I'm learning, you know what I mean? So instead of not catching up in class, it's like, okay, I'm going to improvise and go to what I know. So that's been a challenge. But a lot of my classmates, they won't like question it or make me feel bad. Some have given their laptops or be like, oh, okay, look, have treated it normal. So that's been, a great thing for me.
I just want to share the fact that what we bring to a class setting is just more than that as well. We bring integrity, we bring hard work, we bring dedication, and a lot of kids, right, they start to see that as well. When we have an hour, just to participate in the group. Matter of fact, quick story was that I was grouped up with 3 other girls, and the oldest ones was 19. I'm 47 years old. I don't look like it, but yeah, I'm 47. And it was amazing to me that I was able to have 4-page of a 6-page paper done with 4 sources, and they didn't have anything. And I was kind of shocked. And how do you navigate that with the younger generation? Sometimes we had to do most of the legwork, but at the same time, we also give them a lesson, as far as like, if you take just 15, 20, 30 minutes of the day, right, just to contribute to this project, we can have it done. And we did, you know what I'm saying? We was able to do it. So I think that when you talk about discipline, commitment, and everything, right, it just bunched up into one thing, right? And this is what we bring to this setting. That's what I can say. Like, I can't settle, and not to look down on any position, but I just cannot settle for anything lower than what my expectations are, right? If I'm working extremely hard for my bachelor's degree right now, why am I going to settle for anything less than what I know that I deserve and earn? I always tell people, it's like I'm not super smart, but I just like, I work harder than anybody else. And whatever grades I get, I know that I can sleep well at night because I know that was my best, right? So this is what I'm always going to bring to any class or any job or anything that I've ever done in my life, right? I'm going to give you 100%, not no 99 or 98. I'm going to give you 100%. And whatever that 100% gives me, I can sleep at night knowing that I did my best no matter what. You know what I mean? And that has been my life story for the past, 30, 40 years. And also, one of the things that we always talked about is changing the narrative. We have a place to do that as well. We live with the stigma of incarceration and living in poverty and all those things. Well, right now, we have a different platform to change that narrative. And that's what we're here for, too. Thank you.
I lost my thought. I think I think you covered one of the thoughts that I want to share, and it was that we bring a sense of discipline and a sense of I don't know, sense of boldness. One of the things that I was taught, and all of us was taught when we came into the STEP program, was learn how to think critically. And by learning how to think critically and analyzing everything, we challenge the teachers. And so we challenge them on the inside. So when we come on campus and we didn't challenge them in a disrespectful way. Have I ever challenged you in a disrespectful way? But we engage. And so the students pick up on that. They pick up on that energy. And so that was one of the things that I noticed in the class. And then after class, they all want to engage you because you engage the teacher. And I'm not smart at all. I mean, I'm not Professor Veysey, but I just say that that's one of the things that we bring. We're hungry. We're like sponges. We think critically. We analyze everything critically, and we bring it to class. And the people that are not used to that they see something different. They see it. They pick up on it. They don't know what it is, but they know it's something different, and they gravitate to that. And so that's what we bring to the class. You know, we're bold. We were told do not sit in the back. Take the front seat of every class. Never sit in the back. Take the front seat of every class. Let them know that you're here, and you're here to stay, and you're not going nowhere.
Yeah, when I was a student, probably the greatest experiences I had was interacting with the next generation. These kids are brilliant, but they tend to look for the shortcut. And I think it's like a consequence of everybody gets a trophy, right? And there's value in it. We recognize that. But the shortcut is there, right? And then now we're entering in this arena where critical thinking is being, legislated as to whether we could learn that way or not, right? Whether we could challenge ideas. But I look back to those moments when I was on campus. I was like 40 years old, and one of my classmates was like 18. But she was brilliant. Like, she knew what she wanted to do. And when I engaged with her, it was always about, what do you think about government now? Where do you see the trajectory of how democracy is going to be expanding over time? And I would bring my experience without disclosing my situation, right? And she would then share. And so it goes back to this idea that why would we be important in being in those spaces is because a lot of us, where we come from, we see the role as being dual. I am both an educator and a student at the same exact time, and every human being has that opportunity at any given time. If somebody walks through life thinking that they're just an educator, they've become an oppressor. Now they don't want to learn, right? So what we do is we enter into spaces being both. We look at it and say, okay, I'm going to come with my lived experiences, but there's a lot that I don't know, and I'm willing to learn from a 16-year-old. I'm learning every day from my 12-year-old bonus son. He schools me on genealogy every day because he wants to be a genealogist, right? So I'm fascinated by like, wow, you got Ancestry.com. Like, you might as well just be a spokesperson for them. So that's our role, I think. Our role is to come on campus as both an educator and a student at the same time, and really trying to extract these ideas from these brilliant kids that are on this campus. And it's really, I think that's a very important role we could play in that.
I do have more questions for them, but do you have questions for them? Yep. Yeah. Anybody else? Oh, so quiet. Okay, so, okay.
Yeah, great question. So yeah, there's the inside role, and I hate that term, but it does frame it as it is. A lot of the students that are matriculating on the inside, they have faculty and staff that are inside that act as academic advisors, and they're given a limited scope of moving towards a liberal arts degree. And those who are on track to get a bachelor's degree, they start moving towards justice studies. And even then is more in the humanistic role, in the humanities. It's just a lot more transferable into that space. On the outside, however, the students that are even in transitional housing, i.e. a halfway house, is the terminology they utilize, when we get them on campus, as I had mentioned earlier, it's all about getting the students back to reclaiming their autonomy, and it comes down to that. Like, my role now is knowing what it's like to be on the inside and on the outside is to say, I can advocate for you at some point, but you have to be the self-advocate. And so, yeah, would be able to choose their own course. They come on campus, choose their own major, and starts moving in that scope.
Other questions? I got to put my glasses back on. Can't see a darn thing. All right. Yeah. Thanks. No, thanks, Chris. And I've certainly seen both of those things. So what do you want to see happen in the future for others who are coming up behind you?
Yes, I would like to see more opportunities for, formerly incarcerated people, disadvantaged people. I would like to see them have an opportunity at gaining a higher education and learning from, system impacted people as well, like Chris just said, the creativity that many system impacted people bring, because on the inside, it's a different way of learning, and you have to learn while you're subject to the pains of incarceration. There's a lot of crazy things go on in there. So I just think that I would like to see more people who have been system impacted with the opportunities and the people on the outside, communicating with them on the inside and helping them transition back into society a different way, as opposed to the way that they went in. And so I just think that it's beneficial, and it could help people grow and get an understanding of what education is all about and what it could do for them in their lives.
I think it's based upon what all my brothers and sisters have shared up here, what the stumbling blocks and hurdles that they had to overcome upon being released. I think we need to fix those things. One of them was being with technology, and those are going to be the challenges that our brothers and sisters face coming out. So if we could do something a little bit more to have them more technology, have them ready, so they can hit the ground running, because I stumbled coming out the gate with technology. And so, but the assignments challenged me to go beyond my comfortability. But that's one of the things. If we could have more things in place, if we could sit down and go over everything, like Some people are struggling with identification. Some people are struggling with this. Some people are struggling with housing. Some people are struggling with different things. But and you don't need all that when you're trying to be a full-time student with this added stress of all these other dynamics. So to shore up all those little loose ends that we experience coming out, so the brothers and sisters coming out behind us won't have to experience the same thing, would be a good thing. Okay.
So, what? We're good? Okay, we've been given the. So thank you all for joining us, and thank you so much, you all, for you know, speaking your truth and helping folks to understand better what inclusivity really means. Thanks.
Our next sessions are starting now. Please make your way to a breakout session, please. Much, much appreciated. This breakout session will be super powerful. Just take a look at that schedule. All right, y'all. Thank you, folks. Good afternoon, folks. Welcome, welcome, welcome. And thank you so much for your patience. We were running a bit behind because our keynote went over and have been playing catch up throughout the day. So we absolutely appreciate your generosity, particularly when it comes to your time. My name is Tajania Henderson, and in addition to the P3 Collaboratory, which if you've been here with us today, is sort of our signature event that we do at the P3 is the Anchoring Higher Education Conference. In addition to that, I also serve as Dean of the Graduate School here at Rutgers-Newark. And it is my distinct pleasure to welcome you all to our 5th annual 3-minute thesis competition. Our PhD students have been working so hard on these presentations. They have been in preliminary rounds, competing. They have been practicing and working with our coach. We bring in a TED Talk coach to help our students get ready. They have been working with each other to help get ready. And this has been, I think, it's been a joy to sort of watch where they started, 8 weeks ago and where they are today. And we hope it will be a joy for you to hear it. I am joined here by 3 esteemed colleagues who have agreed to serve as judges today. The first is Petra Chrisman, who is faculty and I think vice dean at the Rutgers Business School. The second is Greg Van Ryzen, who is an interim dean at the School of Public Affairs and Administration. And then Kyle Warren, who is senior vice dean, at the School of Nursing. So these are people who have seen their share of PhDs. They know what it takes, and they know when they see excellence. And so we are super excited that they could be here with us today. They have their grading rubrics finally, so they're ready to go. And aside from the money prizes, which are generous, so we award over $2,000 in prizes to these students. So just so you know, our winners get actual money. And it's not, we give better money than New Brunswick. I hope that's on tape. And because we know how important it is for our students to be recognized for their hard work and for how much time they put into this effort, because it is a lot of time. So it's not just, you can't just kind of show up and do this. You really do have to work at it and practice. The fun part of the day, and that's where you will get involved, is with voting for the People's Choice winner. So if you could join me in navigating your phone or whatever device you have to go.rutgers.edu/3MT23. Go.rutgers.edu/3MT23. There you will be able to vote for the People's Choice Award winner. You will be able to vote once. We'd ask that you wait to hear them all before you actually vote, but I want to make sure that you have the link. Go.rutgers.edu/3MT23. It's working for everybody else, so it's working. It works. Trust me. If it doesn't work, you'll just cheer like it's 1985, and we'll be fine. But I think it works. All right. Okay. Go.rutgers.edu/3M as in Mary, T as in Tony, because this is the 3-minute thesis, and the number 23. MT has to be capitalized. 3MT23. 3 capital M, capital T, 23. 3 capital M, capital T, 23. Okay. So I will be introducing our students as they come up. There is a microphone I will give them, just so you have it. The first of these is Ian Kim. Ian is a PhD student in behavioral and neurosciences. And Ian's presentation is The Road Less Traveled. Ian, give me 1 second while I cue up your clock. It's so exciting. It's gonna be awesome. All right, go.
Being on the road in New Jersey is kind of scary. We sometimes fear for our lives with the way some people here drive. While at first we may be baffled by these people, we can understand the situation and them better by taking a look at, say, who they are, whether they were in a hurry, as well as what the road conditions were like. Our experiences, both negative and positive, take place in our brain. And because our memories of events and the emotions that tag along, like the fear we felt when we almost got hit by a car, are so important. A lot of research focuses on how we process this kind of information. And scientists call this information valence, meaning those that are good or bad for our survival. For my project, I argue against a dominant narrative in my field that says we should define a brain cell or an area by their specific functions and connections. Like saying this area does X and that area does Y, or that we have positive and negative valence cells and pathways. Of course, brain areas and the cells that make up these brain areas do process specific information. However, do process specific information. However, okay, I'm blanking. Okay, I think I'm done. I can't make the 3 minutes. Thank you.
Much. Next up, we have Angela Alberti. Angela, I think I have yours already up, or at least I did. Yes. You have a mic? Oh, perfect. Angela is a PhD student in nursing. Does it work?
Hello?
Yes. All right, go.
What if being kinder to yourself during life's hard moments could save your life? It saved mine, and now I'm on a mission to help parents of children diagnosed with autism learn about self-compassion. Self-compassion is simply treating yourself with kindness and understanding when you go through life's setbacks and challenges. As a mother of 3 young children, a PhD candidate in nursing, and a resident of New Jersey, which has one of the highest rates of autism in the country, I've had many opportunities to get to know parents of children diagnosed with autism. I've also seen the systemic failures in healthcare, education, and in the workplace, which make it nearly impossible for parents to prioritize their own health while caring for children with special needs. Parents of children diagnosed with autism experience greater impacts to their mental and physical health than other parents and caregiving groups. Self-compassion has been shown to be a powerful buffer against the effects of chronic stress on health. And yet, in this parent population, we still don't know very much about how self-compassion is influencing their health. So the goal of my cross-sectional study is to examine how a parent's level of self-compassion is influencing the known relationship between chronic stress and poor health. I recently completed participant recruitment, and I got 267 parents of children diagnosed with autism from across the country. And the preliminary data shows that these parents are stressed, anxious, depressed, and dealing with multiple health impacts. I strongly believe that self-compassion can help these parents. If they learn how to be with themselves in less self-critical and less judgmental ways, they can have the greatest friend with them along the journey, themselves. And we can all play a part in helping parents have better outcomes. by learning about and encouraging self-compassion. I believe that more parents will adopt self-compassionate practice with themselves as they realize that it will help them reach their greatest heart's desire, which is to be here as long as they can for their children. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Malta Gut, who is a PhD student in behavioral and neurosciences. Malta's presentation is developing personalized brain stimulation. And I should mention Angela's presentation, I did not mention, that was my error, health outcomes in the parents of children diagnosed with autism. So Malta, please, developing personalized brain stimulation. Go.
Personalized treatments tailored to each and every individual patient is an unfulfilled dream in most healthcare systems. Take depression, for example. In the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, the CDC estimates that up to 40% of the US population has been suffering from depression, which means that in this room, you are very likely to know somebody who has been suffering from it, or you may have suffered from it from yourself. So let's say you are, and you desperately seek symptom relief. Chances are, in our current clinical practice, you will be prescribed antidepressant drugs to improve your mood and motivation. However, you might be part of a very small, of a 30% group of people who do not respond at all to antidepressant drugs. Or you're part of a different group of another 30% who will need to go through 2, 3, or even 4 different antidepressant drug treatments before they find anything that might work for them. As a result, lots of patients have been seeking alternative solutions. For example, brain stimulation. When patient A and patient B here sign up for brain stimulation, that typically entails inducing weak electric currents in a very small part of brain tissue to change how the brain is processing, here shown by that butterfly-shaped coil. In brain stimulation, the brain right now is treated like a black box, where patient A and patient B will receive rapid barrages of brain stimulation for 20 to 30 minutes, 4 to 5 times per week, regardless of what is going on inside of them and regardless of how they might differ. Unsurprising, this does not work for everybody either. So, in my thesis, I propose that conventional brain stimulation approaches do not work for everyone because they're delivered in a one-size-fits-all manner and fail to take into account unique brain anatomy and brain activity. So, if patient A and patient B come into my lab, I take high-resolution brain scans of their brains and study their precise anatomy, how different brain areas are connected, where I find the most cells that could respond to my stimulation, and find the best spot. In addition, I record their brain waves and use my newly developed system that is capable of instantaneously analyzing their brain waves to find the precise millisecond at which the brain is at its best state to be influenced. So, let's say patient A and B encounter a critical thought or emotion. I will be able to pinpoint the exact moment when the brain activity is shifting to an important peak or trough that allows me to change how they process that thought or emotion and thus aid them better in therapy. And that's why I would like to leave you with the promise of my thesis, which is that I'm developing personalized treatments using my newly developed brain stimulation system that allows us to improve the chances of therapy for depression.
Next up, we have Galit Karpov. Galit is a PhD student in the Behavioral and Neurosciences program. When you go.
All right, so how bad was your childhood? Think about it. Now, some of you might be thinking, oh, you know, other people had it worse, or maybe I turned out fine, so couldn't have been that bad. Well, as it turns out, growing up in a stressful environment, like constantly being yelled at, insulted, or physically disciplined, actually changes the way a child's brain develops, meaning that as adults, their brains are wired differently. So our current understanding of how stressful events like childhood abuse impacts the brain is mostly done on adults who develop PTSD as a result of their abuse, or in children who were so severely abused that authorities had to step in. But this leaves out a large group of people that maybe experienced milder forms that grew up totally fine. And there is a lot of those people. It's estimated that 1 in 3 individuals had some level of childhood abuse growing up. So that's what my thesis research is looking to answer. How does the adult brain work if they experience some form of abuse while growing up? To answer this question, I invited college students in and asked them whether they experienced certain things growing up. That way, it doesn't matter whether they personally believe if they were abused or not. Rather, what's more important is what actually happened to them. Then I recorded their brain activity by placing sensors all over their head that's able to see their brain waves. And I recorded these brain waves while they did a little computer game where they had to avoid threatening objects. That way, I could compare the brain waves between people who experienced abuse and those who didn't to see how they differed. My results show that in people who experienced abuse, their brains are responding much more strongly to the threatening object. And this response is happening within half a second of seeing the object, meaning that this reaction is completely subconscious. Their brains are perceiving the object as being much more threatening. And as a whole, my results are showing that even in well-adjusted college students, their experiences in childhood are impacting them as adults on an unconscious level. They're just seeing the world as a more dangerous place. And the thing is, childhood abuse, it's a perfectly preventable problem. We as a society need to stop normalizing certain parenting techniques, need to stop downplaying the effects of it, and start supporting families better. We can't just say that since someone turned out okay that nothing bad happened, because the brain remembers, and so should we. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Galet. Next up is Joshua Thompson. Joshua Thompson is a PhD candidate in environmental sciences. Why is it not showing? Give me a second. That's not it.
Hello.
That's also not it. Just a second, Joshua.
That's okay. While she's doing that, I lost my voice. So
Oh my gosh, Joshua, do not try to prime this crowd.
I would never do such a thing.
Okay, go ahead, please.
Do you remember going to your grandma's house and she would say things like, I remember when you were when you were first born, now you're all grown up, even though you were only 5 years old at the time? Your grandma remembers you in a specific way based on her first impressions of you. She was really tracking the changes that occurred as you grew relative to when you were first born. Well, near-surface geophysicists are paying attention to grandmas and applying this framework to environmental data. Think of me as Earth's electrician. So the same principles of electricity that light this room, I use to diagnose environmental issues. So imagine that we go out and we collect electrical measurements of the ground in Branch Brook Park. And we collect these measurements every day in the same place. And when we do that day to day, the values will be about the same. But say on one day it rains. Well, the electrical measurements of the ground on the day of the rain will be different than a dry, sunny day. The one issue is that these measurements day to day by themselves don't really give us information on how water moves through the ground. By collecting data over time, we can, by collecting data over time, we can track the changes of electrical properties, and that will tell us how the water is moving through the ground. Now, since chemicals, this is where Grandma's approach comes in. We take a set of measurements and we use these as our reference measurements, like your birthday. And then we take all measurements after that and compare them to the reference data, you at 2, 10, and 20 years old. By doing this, we can build up a set of measurements to track these changes. And so since chemicals are transported in water as they move through the soil, this is very useful for my own research to track how nutrients or chemicals travel from agriculture through the soil and into rivers and other water bodies. Now, previous estimates have estimated that the chemicals or the nutrients will travel 10 meters in about a year. Our calculations suggest that these chemicals can travel 10 meters in a matter of days during an intense storm event. So this research can be applied to better understand how these nutrients exit the farm fields and enter larger water bodies like the Chesapeake Bay or the Gulf of Mexico. So I'll end with saying thank you to all the grandmas of the world for your insights.
Thank you so much. And rounding out our competition today, we have Willa Ray Witherow Culpepper, a PhD student in global affairs. Yay! Willa Ray's presentation is Can Courtroom... Hello? Yeah, we got you. Can courtroom testimony prevent genocide? Can courtroom testimony prevent genocide? Go.
After World War II, the historian E.H. Carr said that academics working with history should have the future in their bones. Well, the world is again at war. There are currently investigators in Ukraine looking for evidence of war crimes, and the U.S. has pledged its support to help with investigations. It is an age of new technology and weaponization, complicating allies and agitators, from hate speech on Facebook in Myanmar to ISIS using the internet to recruit global fighters. So why should we care about a trial that happened over half a century ago on the other side of the world? Well, the Nazi official Adolf Eichmann was brought to justice in 1961 to a sense of both anticipation and disappointment. Anticipation because he had spent 16 years after the war on the run. Disappointment because, unlike bombastic ideologues like Hitler or the uniformed menace in the dock of Hermann Göring, he appeared as a nervous but otherwise unemotional accountant. And this was by design. His defense strategy relied on coming across as a blunt weapon of the regime. He claimed that the deportation and death march orders he issued was a matter of rote administration, what we now call a desk murderer. This prompted the philosopher Hannah Arendt to label him as an example of the banality of evil, fooling even her as to his commitment to ideology and anti-Semitism. Now, this binary continues to bedevil genocide scholars and legal practitioners alike. Is genocide caused by personal animus and hatred harnessed by a small group of elite but powerful actors? Or is it a weapon that uses popular support to achieve a goal alongside eradication? We call this functionalism and intentionalism, and it is at the core of the most complicated cases at the International Criminal Court and its ad hoc and hybrid tribunal partners. In actuality, there's a large number of people that could take part in ethnic cleansing and cases of mass murder, but a very small amount actually end up in the dock. And this leads to a tension between strategy teams on defense and prosecution to depict them as men or monsters. So my project codes the testimony from court cases in post-Holocaust Nuremberg, Germany, Yugoslavia, and former Yugoslavia and Cambodia to use the testimony to qualitatively code 2 cases per post-conflict transitional justice mechanism. How does language, legal strategy change based on temporal or cultural context of the violence? How does the actual linguistic devices used and the way that motives are framed shift or evolve as each court learns from the ones that came before them? We now have early warning systems, which are essential to intervene or prevent future genocides. And by getting inside the way that courts and perpetrators understand horrific violence committed by individuals, we can better understand how to actually stop this before it happens, or how to intervene. War crime trials can act as a deterrent or bring parties to the negotiating table. After the Holocaust, we said never again, but what does that look like? This is a way that we can begin to try to address a chronic problem for the world and try to fulfill that pledge that we made through treatment for cancer.
Thank you. All right, folks, please do visit, while our judges are finalizing their sheets, please do visit go.rutgers.edu/3, capital M, capital T, 23 to vote for your 2023 People's Choice Award winners. We will take these and tally them very fast. Yes. All right, folks, keep voting if you haven't voted. The key here is to roll with your peeps so that they can vote. Rock the vote, y'all. Rock the vote. Everybody voted. Okay, good. That is very hard. It's so quiet. All right, folks, thank you so much for your patience. I'm over there trying to do math like manually with all of you looking at me, and then our dear photographer put the camera on me. It was a very high pressure situation. But I am pleased, before I announce our winners though, I want to ask you to please join me in thanking and congratulating all of our competitors. They worked super, super hard, and I know how hard it is to sort of get up and talk about your research, and we should not take that lightly. So thank you, all of you. Thank you to all of you who came to vote, and it is my pleasure to announce your winners. All right, your second place runner-up winner is Mr. Malta Gute. Your People's Choice Award winner is Miss Willa Ray Witherow Culpepper. And your 3MT champion for 2023, who I think will get $750 for this, is Galit Karpov. Congratulations to all of you. All of you, we will recognize you. We will sort of sing your praises on all of our channels. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And thank you everybody who stuck it out with us and hung around to support our graduate students. You know, it is very challenging when you're a student and you're sort of in your books or in your project or in your lab. It is so challenging to get people outside of your group to care about what it is that you do. And to have people show up for their friends and to have our colleagues stick around to vote, it really means a lot. So we just want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you to the folks who helped us put this the whole day together. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And everyone, please, please, please have a safe and wonderful rest of the semester. Take care.
وياسر شياطين الزمر. عيسى وعقلين. ولي اسمع You're my lover undercover You're my secret fashion undercover You're my lover undercover You're my secret يلا كيف يا شباب كفو كده يلا حبيبي أنا الصلاح وطارق صلاح وجميع شريف صلاح كل الشباب على العين والراس يا أبو عمار محمد خالد في غيابه وحضوره يلا والسيري يسمع سر هالعين هذا ذا العمر لا ألصق ما تنحمني الرقاصة ثائر اليوم وعندك هو يا ثائر تضيع الطاسة عندك هو يا ثائر تضيع الطاسة دايخ عقله وعيونه على الرقاصة نظرة عينك أمجد ومثل رصاص نظرة عينك أبرعد مثل رصاصة أمجد الغالي والليل عندي سهران يا أسامة هذا وانتي رقاصة وما تنحمني عاد وانتي دكتورة شنو تسوين أبو ملك وياسر وأبو ديا وراء زهران هذا وانتي رقاصة وما تنحملين شحال وانتي دكتورة شنو تسوين يلا عليها هذا أحمد الغالي وكاسر هالعين مثلك اللي يذلونك اسمع المجاوز يا ابو دهون يلا دار ابو دية لدار العمور الى ال صلاح يهنون العريس عابد ابو الوعي احلى عماد بريجي احلى عريس مهندس صور احلى سليمان السبعاوي صندوق قلبه التعاوي العيون احلى يا شباب بنعرض طلب اهل العريس وكل تحيات اخواني يا شباب اخلاء الساحه يا شباب الوسط يا شباب اخواني شباب المدريد وشباب المرسى على راسي والله كل الشباب اسامه هذا اخر تنبيه لا تشوفي حالك قلبي لا ترجين عايب دلالك يا شباب اخلاء الساحه من الوسط اذا بتريدوا يا الغايب عني حبك جنني اني دخيله ابو حاتم عاش والي يا عواد الخزرانه من هاوي وامبارح كان زعلان ما هو حافظ دروسه. يا عرب يا رحالة القلاب من الحالة. يا شباب خلونا الساحة يا شباب. يا عرب يا رحالة القلاب من الحالة. شيل معنا الغوالي لا خبر لا رسالة. اعطيتك رقمي خبرني يا ابو العبد لا تمرمرني. ابو العبد يا محمود اعطيتك رقمي خبرني. خال محمود لا تمرمرني. احلى ملك الهند ملك الشده جبر حيمور. الله والله لا عبر المية خالي يا خال. لو قالوا لي دوارة شيل يا خال. يوسف الأمير احنا فنان. قال والله لا عبر المية خالي يا خال. عمل ويلي ويلي شيل يا خال. الماني بهاوى بنيتكو خالي يا خال. يلي اسمها نوارة شيل